switcher on it.
I have the remote and I left it somewhere, so let me go grab it.
You put it in a safe place. But
outside is
that also.
Yeah, so I'm gonna back to connect to it.
And your sound will come out the main speakers here?
Yes.
I still remember that. Sound's gonna be a little bit tricky. Let's see if I can get it loud.
And it's not a big deal if we have trouble. You know, this is our first time doing this, so. So I numbered them in order, and I gave you this kind of like template. It's literally my script of what we do, the first section. And then after this, it's just a matter of order. So.
How do I play that? Is it double click and it goes?
Yeah, it should.
Anybody need to go there? Let's see if you've got one.
Hello, my name's Jerry Sayre. I'm in the
And then it won't let me. test. 1, 2, 3, test. All right, everyone. Thank you for your patience. This is my fourth contest, and not 1 year has been the same. So we are rolling with it, and we're just going to go ahead and get started. So again, thank you for your patience. For those of you who are just getting to know me, I'm Ivonne Morales, the program coordinator for the Colorado contest for Caring for Watersheds. I actually participated in the program as a student myself, so I can tell you it was one of the best experiences I had in high school, and I'm really fortunate that I can continue in the back end of the program. So so let's go ahead and get started. This little overview about the contest, it's open to high school students in the Big Thompson and Cache-la-Poudre watersheds. And the watershed word can be a little bit tricky. I know it took me about a couple of years to fully understand what a watershed is. And so I think it's very important to understand what it is, especially for this program, and knowing that we play a vital role in it, right? And so, and our students here played a vital role in it within the last few months and made an impact. So we're gonna go ahead and play a short clip to kind of review what a watershed is, and for my finalists and any other teams I have here, you'll probably recognize this video. So we'll play the number 1, what is a watershed? Yep.
Hello, my name's Jared Mazurek. I'm the director of the Poudre Learning Center.
What is a watershed? Is it a shed that holds water? Nah, try again. A watershed is all of the land that drains into the same location or body of water. People tend to think only of water bodies such as rivers, lakes, and wetlands as being part of their watershed. However, any land, whether it is park, farm, forest, school parking lot, and even the soil we build our homes on is also included. Think of a watershed as a funnel, collecting all the water within a specific area and draining into the nearest body of water. Drop by drop, water is channeled into soil, groundwater, creeks and streams, making its way to larger rivers and eventually the ocean. Everyone in the world lives in a watershed. Watersheds know no political borders, whether local, national, or international. Our environment, our economy, and our society all depend on a healthy watershed.
All right, sorry, Phil. I don't know why that one didn't show up in order, but that was on me. So we had nearly 300 proposals from 368 students this year. 10 teams were selected as finalists, and Nutrien awarded each team up to $1,000 of funding to implement their projects, to bring it to life. To ensure all teams have the opportunity to present during these uncertain times while we're still navigating through this COVID pandemic, we asked all the students to present virtually this year. So our finalists presented on Wednesday, and these were recorded, and we're now going to play them. So I think you have it the roughest this year, because I didn't have to watch my own presentation, so it's gonna be a little difficult, but you all did fantastic, and I'm super excited to view these again. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask Jared to come up here to introduce himself, and he'll get the first presentation started.
All right, thank you, Yvonne, and welcome, everyone, parents, teachers, students, judges, and community members. We're so glad you can make it out here tonight to see these truly amazing and inspirational presentations and projects that your students have been working on. It was a very exciting process to be a part of. So I'm Jared Mazurek. I'm the director here at the Poudre Learning Center. And I want to start off tonight by just doing a brief acknowledgement of where we are, this land that we are on. So the Poudre Learning Center is located within the unceded territory of the Cheyenne and Arapaho peoples. The The Cheyenne and Arapaho nations have a long and rich history in this region that far exceeds that of European settlement. The Dawes Act of 1887 broke up their ancestral lands and forced many Cheyenne and Arapaho people to move to reservations. We acknowledge the devastating impacts that this has had and continues to have on all Native peoples in North America. At the Poudre Learning Center, we seek to honor and learn from this history by educating ourselves and others whenever possible. All right, without further ado, I would love to introduce our first group, which we have Think Before You Throw It by Lana, Coron, and Mariah Glasper from Union Colony Prep School.
Hello, our project name is Think Before You Throw It. I'm Mariah Glasper.
And I'm Lana, Corrin.
And our project, we did it based off of Greeley's Watershed, which is the Poudre River, which is located on the north side of Greeley. And our watershed concern was trash piling up on our roadways and getting blown into our rivers and polluting our watershed. And we have a few pictures for you here. We have our university in Greeley. We have some students helping pick up in the river. And then we also just have some volunteers who volunteer to pick up our watershed. And so our solution was that we wanted to reduce the amount of trash that comes out of your car window or your car door. And so we have these small trash cans here that are small enough to fit in your car to help with the amount of trash that just gets blown out and reduce the amount of littering. And here are a few pictures of us handing out some trash cans to our community. And some environmental and social benefits of our project is hopefully to get less litter out of our watershed and to help keep our waters clean and litter-free and just help keep the beauty of the planet. It's really important to keep trash out of the water because when trash decays in water, water loses its oxygen. So it's very important to keep habitats for animals clean and our water clean. And so we encourage people to get these trash cans to help better that and get as much trash out of the watershed as possible. And for our budget, we had to use less than $1,000, and we did that. We only used $479.40, and that all went towards our trash cans. And the rest of our supplies, like our string and our business cards that we use, were all donated by Eileen Duncan from her classroom. And so our steps for this project were we made an infographic with all the information we needed and surveys, and we shared our information with our community. And it didn't take long to implement the project, and we only asked that our participants just stayed consistent with throwing their trash away in all the right places. But this project will really never be complete until our community has the will to act and want to do better and actually try to make an effort to use these trash cans to get as much litter off the roads and out of our water as possible.
So kind of going back to what Lana said about our steps, we used an infograph on our business cards with the QR code. And so we give the QR code with the trash cans to the people in our communities. And when they would scan it, they would look at this infograph that you're going to see in a few moments. Okay, and so basically it just explains the background info about the watershed and littering, and then what happens when litter gets in our watershed, and then what you can do as an individual. And then for more information, we put up the watershed website. And we also, on our cards, had a survey. So I'm going to go back to the slideshow really quick. It's like under this thing. Sorry, it's under one of our. Wait, maybe go down. Yeah, right here. Okay, so we had some data. So we did SurveyMonkey, and we had a pre-survey and a post-survey. So the pre-survey was on this side of the card, and we had questions like, how helpful do you think the trash can in your car would be? Where would you put the trash can that you accumulate in your car? And has trash ever accidentally blown out your window? As you can see, all of the data that we acquired was mostly like, yes, people do have a lot of trash in their car and people don't know where to put it. So then we did a post survey, and the pre-survey had I would say it's like more beneficial than the post survey. The post survey, it was just, I emailed it to everyone who I gave the trash cans to. And again, I think it was a very positive, positive feedback. People used the trash can and it was extremely helpful. But overall, I think our conclusion would be that like it was really cool to see how us as high school students can really put an effect on our community and kind of just like help the environment and change it for the better. And also we wanted to explain some of our errors in the experiment. So for our survey, I didn't know that for SurveyMonkey, you have to pay some money to see more than 10 surveys. And so our first surveys, we actually had 73 people take it, but unfortunately, it only showed us 10. So that can kind of go into our timeline is that like, we kind of wish that we could see the effects of more people and like it over time instead of just a 2-week period. But overall, these are our references and that was our project. So thank you for listening.
Judges, just raise your hand if you have a question. Okay, Gwen, sorry.
That's fine, Cindy. Mariah and Lana, that's an excellent presentation. You guys did a really good job. I wanted to ask you what motivated you when you first started a Caring for Watersheds project? Why did you pick litter? What was the big motivator behind that?
So in Greeley, personally, and Mariah here, we've noticed that like on our highways and stuff, the amount of trash is just left around our town. And as high school students, like at lunchtime, the amount of times we just see kids like throw their lunch out the window and just like the times you see it like just driving around. And so I think that really helped inspire just like wanting to want other people to want to change and really make a difference, to really see our city kind of clean up and want to make a difference.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Okay, Jared?
Hey, I am wondering how many trash cans you were able to distribute and where you did that distribution and to what demographics.
So we got 60 trash cans, and we one weekend we just went around and we gave them to students in our class, and then we also our grade, and then we also gave it to our parents and some teachers and grandparents and family members. And so yes, that's who we gave it to.
Perfect.
Okay, Catherine?
Great presentation. I love the idea. My car is always a mess. I need to collapse a little trash can in there. I'm just curious, did you incentivize your participants in any way? Like, or were all these people like, oh yeah, great, I need one of these?
Yeah, so like as teenagers, I think we all can agree that our cars are just disastrous. And so like everyone was very like, oh, this would be super helpful. Like all the little trash that you have that's super annoying in your car. It's somewhere, it's really helpful and it's really safe. And
there's also a sticky part on the back, so you can like put it and it won't move. But yeah, people are very like, it wasn't hard for people to get this trash can, and it also wasn't hard for people to take the pre-test because I don't know, like I was like, please take this, like, and they did. But the post-test, it was just, I don't know, it was a little harder, I felt like, maybe because it was an email instead of an actual like paper slip to like wave in people's face. So
Hey, judges, anybody else have a question? Okay, you ladies did a great job. Thank you so much for participating, and we'll be in touch. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Wonderful presentation. Amazing project. And like Catherine said on there, I could definitely use one of those trash cans in my truck. I've got a cardboard box, and that doesn't work as well. So we are going to jump into our next presentation, but before we do that, I'm just going to close this garage door quick for the camera. right. So next up, we have a project titled Art the Smart Way by Chloe Pettit from Rocky Mountain High School.
Pettit. I'm a freshman at Rocky Mountain High School, and my project is Art the Smart Way. So my project summary, as you know, Caring for a Watershed pairs up with high school students to help local watershed. For my project, I created a website with video tutorials on how to make paints from household items. I sent carrots, beets, and flour to local kindergarten and first grade classes, and they made their own paint. Paint pollution in our water. So paint has solid pigments that increases the opacity of water, and particles can clog up the gills of fish and cause other harmful effects on them. And solvent-based paints, such as paint thinners, contain mercury, zinc, lead, and chromium, and these chemicals cause tumors on fish and other organisms that we as humans rely on. By making paint out of veggies and natural pigments, we're helping to reduce paint pollution in our water. Making your own paints is fun, easy, and sustainable. And if more people know how to make their own paint, there's a greater chance of reducing paint pollution. And there are more ways to make paint besides using veggies. You can use your own pigments from rocks or other natural items. So my results, the classes that participated had lots of fun making paint with their classmates. One of the classes did this for an Earth Day project, which I think is a perfect way to teach kids about caring for our Earth. These kids now have the knowledge of how to make paint on their own and have fun with it. So spreading this knowledge and awareness contribute to the number of people buying paint. And anybody that can access the website can also read about these subjects. So overall, my goal for this project was to spread awareness about paint pollution and inform people on how they can help. And it was even better results that there were kids a part of this project, because reaching younger kids is a great accomplishment because they're the future generation, and if they can learn to be creative while also caring for the earth, it helps in just passing on that knowledge. So yeah, that's my project.
Nice job, Chloe. Okay, so now the judges, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So Chloe, I have a question. This is a super interesting project, and I really applaud you for doing this. Whatever gave you the desire to start here? Why paint? Art really helps me, and I like to paint and draw, and have just always loved that. And so when I found out that buying regular paints are harmful to the earth, I'm also a big advocate for helping the environment. So I thought they just really paired well together.
Okay, Michaela, did you have a question?
I did, yeah. I guess I'm really excited about the fact that you created a website about it. And I'm wondering how you kind of distributed that information, and is it accessible to people outside of your school? Can anyone go look at that? And I wish you kind of gone through that a little more, because I think it looked really interesting.
Yeah, so I have a Wix website up, so basically anybody can go and view the link, and it has the video, which anybody can go and see and read about stuff. So it's not just people in district, anybody can see it.
Great.
Okay, Catherine.
Oh, great project, Chloe. I'd like to try this at home with my son. I'm curious, did you do some initial test trials of different ingredients before implementing your project?
Yeah, so I tried it with a couple things, and I ended up going with beets and carrots just because beets have a lot of pigment and like stain easily, and so when I tested it out, that worked the best. And then carrots also have a very bright color, whereas some other things that I tested didn't have as high of pigment. So.
Okay, anybody else? Gwen?
Just one more question, Chloe. What was the budget for your project?
The budget ended up being about it was 400 and I think it was around 430. So that was for the bags of flour, the beets and the carrots, and we sent them out to, I think it was around 10 different classrooms around the district about. So yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, Jared?
I'm just curious how long and what the process is of turning a beet into paint. And I know classroom teachers are very busy and stretched thin as it is. So how much added time would it be for them to turn a beet that they receive into paint?
Yeah, so basically the process is just like cutting it up, and then all you have to do is blend it and then strain out like the more liquidy substance of it, and then you mix that with flour. So when I did it, it took me probably like 10 minutes or less. But I assume when you're doing it with a whole class, it might take a little longer, but all the teachers were really happy to put that in their schedule.
Okay, that's a cool idea. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, I think we can say thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the banquet on Friday. Good job.
Thank you so much.
All right, such a cool and innovative idea to avoid paint pollution in our watershed, and a project I'm definitely excited to try out with my son this summer. So thank you, Chloe, for that inspiration. Up next, we have the aluminum recycling program by Corrin, Karrin, and Kylie from Dayspring Christian Academy.
Hello, judges and members of the Caring for Our Watershed organization. My name is Karin Chandler.
I'm Corinne Sides. And I'm Kylie Van Iddekinge.
We are all seniors at Dayspring Christian Academy and have successfully implemented our aluminum recycling program. As the world progresses technologically, economically, and socially, we continue to see a decline in passion for the environment. This lack of passion causes fewer and fewer people to recycle every year. According to the ASCE library, when thrown into landfills, aluminum creates 1.5 million tons of waste worldwide. Despite being fully recyclable, around 70% of aluminum ends up in a landfill. As shown on the charts in the screen, since the year 1960, aluminum in landfills has increased while the amount of recycled aluminum has decreased. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, 20% of aluminum ends up recycled while almost 70% ends up in landfills, which leads to harmful environmental impacts. Not only does aluminum create waste, but it quickly breaks down, producing heat, liquid leachate, and other toxic gases. Runoff then causes this leachate to spread into our Poudre watershed, contaminating the water we use every day. We have realized that Dayspring has not done their parts to prevent these contaminations, so with the help of the Caring for Our Watersheds organization, we were able to begin an aluminum recycling program at our school.
In reducing aluminum waste, we have placed recycling bins around our school campus. By providing a place that is clearly labeled for used aluminum to go, it'll prevent people from incorrectly disposing of their aluminum. The aluminum recycling program specifically targets the clean water and sanitation and responsible consumption and production sustainability goals. By implementing an aluminum recycling program, we are supporting clean water and sanitation by keeping harmful chemicals out of our watershed. By targeting this sustainability goal, we are boosting our economy and encouraging responsible consumption and production. Recycling aluminum creates more jobs and maintains a completely sustainable resource. Due to the money we received from the grant, we were able to buy 6 recycling bins that are placed around our school campus, in the elementary school, the middle school, the high school, and the gymnasium. With the additional money, we have purchased liners and other educational materials, including posters and signs that clearly show what and why we should recycle. We run around to each class and give a short presentation about our program to make sure that the bins would be used properly before putting them around the school.
We have created posters for both the younger and the older students to remind them what the bins are for and to make sure that our program is clearly outlined for optimal success.
As the recycling bins have been put out, we have seen a positive response. Many people are choosing to recycle their cans, and the bins, specifically in the high school, middle school, and school lobby, have filled up quickly. People not only have recycled cans that they use at school, but are also bringing cans from home to recycle. Due to our school-wide aluminum recycling education sessions, we have also not had trash, plastics, or glass incorrectly placed in the bins. Karrin, Kylie, and I, unfortunately, are all seniors this year, so we will not be able to continue this program at Dayspring. However, we have worked out an agreement with our science teacher, Mrs. Therian, that the future environmental science classes will continue the program and take the aluminum to Anderson's Recycling. When the aluminum is recycled, we will receive a small sum of money, which will go toward bettering the future of the science department at Dayspring. The aluminum recycling program that we have implemented helps reduce waste that ultimately hurts our watershed and our environment. The program proves to have high participation and is completely sustainable. Plans are already in place to ensure the longevity of the program. The aluminum recycling project may appear simple, but it addresses and helps correct a pressing threat to watersheds. We would like to thank the Caring for Our Watersheds organization and Nutrien for funding this project and helping us improve our community's impact on our watershed. Thank you.
Okay, Gwen?
Just a practical question. First of all, you ladies did an excellent job. But a practical question about the aluminum. Are you taking that to a location to be recycled directly? And is there any money that you get from that? And if so, what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so we're taking it to the Anderson's Recycling in town here. And we're receiving a small sum of money, which is going directly to our science budget to help future science classes.
Okay, Jared?
Hello. You mentioned that you were creating signage for both older and younger students, and I'm wondering what considerations you made when building that signage for those different demographics.
Yeah, so I think the main goal was make it so that kids want to look at it. So for the younger kids, it had like a superhero on it and like just made it fun to like encourage recycling, and that it's not just for older kids, all ages can do it. And then for the older kids, it went into more detail on like why we should recycle our aluminum instead of putting it in landfills, and just like the benefits that are received from recycling it.
Okay, Catherine?
Did you run into any barriers with people recycling? Like, was the main barrier just lack of access to containers, or were there any other barriers?
So far, we haven't really had that many barriers because we educated people. Before, people had like some questions on what they really could recycle, but when we put the signs up and we went along to every class in the whole school and told them what they could recycle and where the bins would be placed, and since then we haven't really had any other barriers once we got all of the materials and put them out.
Nice. Do you know the end use of the aluminum? Like, what does the Anderson place do with it?
They have a machine that'll break it down completely, and then it'll actually be made into new cans.
And then Michaela, you have your hand up.
I was just wondering how you guys, or whether there were any sort of options for recycling previously, and based on that, you guys, how you determined exactly which locations would be most beneficial, where you could get the most people to recycle, as well as whether you would change any of those after having sort of seen some results.
Yeah, so we were kind of thinking of like the areas in our school that receive the most traffic, especially when it comes to cans and things like that. So we have one by our vending machine, because our vending machine has soda cans, things like that. We have one located in our gym lobby because there's like a lot of concessions, things like that. We have one in our school lobby. We have one in the elementary. That one doesn't get full as quick, but elementary students aren't really drinking full cans of anything. So it's mostly, yeah, the teachers. So we have that in both elementary areas. And then
we have one in the cafeteria also if they have anything for lunch that needs to be recycled.
And I think that's all of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so would you change any of those, especially I guess the elementary one, knowing now that you maybe didn't get as many cans in there?
I think maybe instead of like moving forward, we would probably move the one in the elementary more to like the teacher's lounge area because that's who's using it anyway. So if we would move to the teacher's lounge, it would still get the same amount of use and maybe even reach more teachers.
Great, thanks.
Okay, anyone else have any questions? Okay, nice job, ladies. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
All right, yet another amazing project, very practical solution to an important problem in our community. Up next, we have Sustainable Rain Garden by Elijah, Jack, Jacob, and Malachi from Dayspring Christian Academy.
Hello, I am Elijah Dougherty. We have Jacob Riemer, Malachi Fast, and Jack Lawrence. We are with Dayspring Christian Academy, and we're presenting our rain garden. The EPA, in an article about urban runoff, states that parking lots are a #1 pollutant concern for our watersheds. And so we have banded together to create a rain garden that siphons all the water from our parking lot into a rain garden before re-entering our watersheds.
So what is a rain garden? A rain garden is a type of bioremediation, and it helps filter out the water. And it restores native plants and keeps their beauty and is sustained by the rainwater that comes in.
So we had a little bit of change of plans. To suit the environment we resided in, we changed our garden from garden boxes to an in-situ rain garden to maximize the water filtered through the garden. Starting off, our plan was to have garden boxes that collected rainwater from the roof of our building. But when we talked to our mentor, Ruth Quaid, she said that the most efficient way to have a rain garden is that if it was in the ground so that we could collect water from the parking lot and the roof.
So with the garden boxes out of the picture, we had a lot more money to invest in our plants. We bought yarrow, blue grama grass, agastache, fern brush, and assorted perennials, all native plants to our area, just to help revitalize the beauty. We also got fertilizer-free soil to reduce fertilizers entering our watersheds, and we also got a rototiller to help break up the old ground and revitalize it, and also benches for everyone to sit and enjoy the natural beauty of our rain garden.
Awesome. So with the implementation of the rain garden, it first started off with the plan. While it was pretty grandiose in the beginning, we brought it down to a step-by-step idea of what we wanted to accomplish. So first, we surveyed the area quite extensively. We went out a few times with our mentor, Ruth Quaid, and we had a good idea of what we were working with, which is a good thing because when plans change, we were able to adapt easily and effectively. Once we did have a pretty solid plan of what we wanted, we got approval from our administration and our executive director. Once greenlit, we were able to acquire plants and supplies. The plants were listed on our budget, and some of the supplies included shovels and tools that were donated to us for this project, as well as people who were willing to help serve and terraform the area. Once we did terraform and dig up the area, we will be able to plant the garden when weather permits and leading to full implementation.
Due to the change of plans and the lack of time, we created a digital model to help show the finished product. As you can see in the top right, that is a indented runoff stream from our parking lot directly into our rain garden that then past the rain garden goes down a runway and then at the end into a reservoir that is used to water our football and our baseball field. So we're reusing that water and it's just a beautiful cycle.
Awesome. So with the sustainable environmental goals that were discussed in the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, we meet the clean water and sanitation by the nature of the rain garden. Because the water holding pollutants will get siphoned or funneled through our rain garden, we'll be able to get those out of our, we're able to use the plants to naturally remove those and have a better watershed.
We're also responsibly consuming the water that would normally just end up in the dirt from our parking lot. And we're taking that dirty, polluted water and we're cleaning it. And as Eli said earlier, we are using that water and it's going back into our retention pond so that we have cleaner water to water our baseball and football fields.
Yeah, and then with the life on land, because we have a garden that one keeps our makes our property look nicer and keeps more of a it just helps life on land a lot.
Awesome, and we just wanted to thank Dayspring Nutrient and Caring for Our Watersheds and our mentor Ruth Quaid.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Yay, good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, judges, ask away. Okay, Michaela?
First of all, I just wanted to say I love this project, and I'm assuming you're talking about Ruth Quaid from Water Conservation with the city. Yeah. That's a great person to have as your mentor for a rain garden project like this. Yeah. So yeah, that's awesome. I love Ruth. My question is, how did you guys go about selecting your plants, and how did you determine what the best plants were to use after sort of your round one, and kind of seeing the results of that?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So Ruth Quaid is an expert in xeriscape gardening. And so we talked to her kind of to see what native grasses that would be the best for it. And we also asked what are some like just pretty plants too, because it's also going to be just a place that's like a beauty spot on our campus where we wanted to get plants that first could live all year round, but also second bloomed in the spring and look great at the end of the year.
Awesome, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Jared.
Hello. I also love this project, love gardening. But my question is what are your hopes for this garden? Is it a spot that you just hope will catch a student's eye as they walk by, or are you in conversation with your science teachers and other teachers to intentionally build this into curriculum or programming?
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one. So we have, because both Eli and I are seniors this year, we won't be able to, we're not obviously coming back next year. So we have talked to science teachers, and I believe there's a botany class next year that is happy to take it on as part of their project. And further out than that, we're not too sure, but hopefully it stays cared for and stays looked after.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, judges?
I was just curious, what are the primary pollutants you're hoping to remove with the rain garden?
Yeah, I can take this one. Yeah. So a lot of oils are like a big cause of like pollutants, and with bioremediation, the oils are being able to be broken down by the plants before they enter into our rain garden.
Awesome.
Okay, Michaela, you had a question?
Yeah, first time. I was just wondering if you did any sort of water quality testing at all that could identify sort of what you're seeing in that runoff from the parking lot, and maybe just a future direction if you guys continue this or plan to pass it on to someone else. Maybe do a sort of before and after test where you could look at some simple parameters like pH and stuff like that. So was there any sort of thought to doing that, kind of collecting some water sampling or parameters at all?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So we didn't actually do any water testing before. Our facts were just based off of research that we did and the sources from, like Eli said earlier, the EPA and stuff like that. But that is definitely a great idea. And I think that could be an easy thing and something very beneficial that we could incorporate in the future.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, gentlemen, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Yay.
I appreciate your time as well.
Yeah.
All right, another great project that shows that sustainability and conservation can be fun and beautiful. So absolutely love that garden that they worked so hard on. So we're gonna do one more presentation before we take a quick break, and that one is There's No Plan B by Evelyn Railsback and Sadie Gudmestad from Rocky Mountain High School.
So our proposal is titled There's No Plan B. I'm Sadie Gudmestad.
And I'm Evelyn Railsback.
So the solution to our project stemmed from us noticing and researching about how honeybee numbers in Colorado are declining, which in turn affects the whole environment and can cause and is causing loss of plants along the Poudre River.
So our solution was to teach elementary school students about bees so they could be kind of pushed to help the bees in the environment.
So we went and presented to third graders at McGraw Elementary School and got them excited to help bees and taught them about bees and how they impact us.
So it's definitely a smaller project, but so far we have reached over 60 kids and encouraged them to help bees, and we gave them some kits. They had some supplies in them so they can plant their own native flowers to Colorado so the bees can pollinate them.
And the sustainable development goal we targeted was number 15, life on land, and our solution helps protect and restore bee population in Colorado. So that's how it ties in with that.
So our solution helps Colorado bee populations because we taught the students why bees don't hurt them unless they feel threatened, and we taught them how to not threaten the bees, and then we got them excited to help bees and help them pollinate.
And our solution helps the land because it helps to pollinate plants. Because it helps pollinate plants. Bees help pollinate plants and keep them alive, helping the land and animals on it stay healthy.
So it benefits bees and other animals because bees help pollinate plants and basically everything to keep them alive. So without them, we wouldn't have plants to eat or anything really.
So it helps people too, because we are helping bees and people who consume products impacted by bees. So without bees, we wouldn't have a lot of vegetables to eat. So
yeah, and
someone could implement this. Because even if they don't have the supplies to make the kits we handed out to the kids or the slideshow that we presented with, they could still just talk to them about bees and get them excited to help them.
Yeah. So here's our budget. We bought wildflower seeds, terracotta pots, I almost said plants, pots. We got some stickers. We got some Karrin for our Watershed stickers and some cute little bee stickers. That said be kind on them, I believe. We got some honey sticks and
soil discs.
Yeah, and soil discs for the little pots and paper bags.
And we spent about $504.80, I think right on the dot.
Yeah.
So we ordered our supplies in early March. We received them throughout March and April, and we presented to the students in late April. We presented to them on Earth Day, actually.
Yeah. So we will complete it by mid-May. We still have to go to Bennett to present before we are fully finished with our project.
We haven't had to get any additional supplies, and 2 elementary schools have been involved, along with the teachers in the grades we presented to and the students, obviously.
So we believe that bees influence most things in the environment around us. So when talking about the full scope of an environment and watershed's health, bees are often overlooked most times because people are usually are scared of them because they sting and feel threatened. So even though they alone help pollinate 80% of all flowering plants.
And they also, because they pollinate so many plants, they help native animals along the watershed and plants, making it healthy because the environment's healthier. So to help, we bring more attention to bees and their importance to the watershed. We talked to elementary school age students about why they need to help bees and why they should, and got them excited about it.
Yeah, and the kids learned about how bees affect the environment and the watersheds. They kind of learn like what bees do and kind of how they're important, how it all ties together with almost everything.
And here are our references, some of them used. We researched a lot about bees and the importance to them and flowers, the Poudre River, and just different things that the Poudre River and bees impact. And that's the end. Oh, we were right on time.
Good job. Nicely done, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, do you have questions for these women?
Oh,
Michaela has a question.
Okay.
Hi there. Well, I just want to say I love sort of the educational and hands-on aspect of this project. I think it's really nice you guys reached out to younger kids and had them kind of, get involved and do something hands-on. My question is, were you able to find any sources that related bee populations to watershed health, either in the Poudre or just any watershed?
Yeah, we looked at one, and it was about how like the plants along like the rivers kind of help like stabilize the bank and cause like dirt and soil to like not get in them. And so if bees aren't there to help keep the plants alive, then they won't be there to stabilize the bank as much, and so it could hurt it.
Great, thank you.
Hey, anybody else have a question?
So excellent job, ladies. I am an educator, so I love that you pulled in a great education part of your project. I wanted to just curious how the kids felt about bees before and after you did some of your educational programming.
So we kind of talked to the kids about that. So they actually got into this whole debate about how wasps and bees were different. We got lots of questions about that. So we think, or in my opinion, most of the kids were kind of afraid of bees before. And basically, her computer's not.
My laptop is very low, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you guys.
So, Sadie and Evelyn,
Thank you.
You did fantastic. We're gonna go ahead and let you go. It seems like the judges don't really have more questions for you. But,
Sorry. All right, bye. Thank you.
Of course, we'll see you Friday.
All right. great project focusing on one of our most valuable resources here in our community, which are bees. They provide a lot of services for us. And a reminder to plug your computer in when you're presenting. All right, so with that, we're going to take a quick break. Let's do about 7 minutes and come back at 4:10. So please use the restroom, get another drink or more food, and then we'll keep going. All right, we're gonna get started again in about 1 more minute. So if you could start making your way to your seat, that would be great. All right, we are going to get started with our next presentation here. So if you've not made your way back to your seat, now would be a great time. But up next, we have a project titled To Fly, You Must Eat First by Jake Anselmo from Rocky Mountain High School.
To fly, you must eat first. My name is Jake Anselmo. I go to Rocky Mountain High School. I'm 15 years old and I'm a freshman. I like to play football and go boating at Horsetooth Reservoir. My watershed concern is that monarch butterflies' population is decreasing because they have little access to milkweed. They need the milkweed because they lay their eggs and eat this plant as food. This has a domino effect as monarch butterflies are pollinators. I feel passionate about this because when I was raising my own monarch in the classroom, I felt a connection and I knew I needed to help. I feel other people share this feeling too, considering the monarch butterflies are so beautiful. My solution to save the dying monarchs is to plant milkweed around my watershed. I was in my biology class wondering what I could even do to help these wonderful creatures when the solution first popped into my head. The solution takes place all throughout Fort Collins and in their migration path. I feel this project will have a big effect on the monarchs because throughout their migration path, they need places to stay and food to eat. This solution will supply them with that. My solution will target number 15, life on land, and number 13, climate action of the SDG goals. My solution targets number 15 because it protects and prevents the extinction of a threatened species. My solution targets number 13 because while the monarchs are pollinating plants, those same plants, while photosynthesizing, will help strengthen resistance to climate-related hazards. This is going to solve the concern of monarch butterflies' population drop because the reason they are dying out is because they don't have access to milkweed. With the access to milkweed, they will be able to repopulate and keep the migration path. My solution helps the land, air, and water. This benefits mainly animals, but the air that the pollinators will be helping also contributes to us humans too. I mainly am focusing on helping the monarch butterflies, but monarch butterflies have many positive effects on the environment around them. Others can repeat this solution really easily. All they need is a garden and milkweed seeds. My budget is simple, and that is why I think it is a good solution. I bought 150 milkweed plants to spread evenly throughout my community. I also bought 5 trowels and 5 watering cans to accommodate mobile planting and watering. At the start of my project, I looked for planting locations that would benefit the monarchs the most. I continued looking for places to plant throughout the whole project. I also contacted trusted friends and family to give milkweed plants to. After that, I created a Facebook so that even after the project is done, people can still see that my project has made a difference. I'm still implementing my project now as I'm waiting for the weather to be good again to plant. My project has taken 3 months so far, and I will complete my project by the end of this month. My project is moving along fine. Nothing else has to be done to move my project along. I just need to have good weather. My school has been involved by helping me get a location to plant in the fenced-in area outside my school parking lot. I have also contacted the master gardener at CSU to help give me tips on how I should plant the milkweed to give me the most impact. I think we can all agree that the monarch butterfly is beautiful yet still very important in making a positive impact in our environment. It is easy for people to want to be involved with my project. It's a small investment that can have a long-lasting return. Wouldn't you like to have a monarch hatched in your yard? With my project affecting all aspects of our watershed, including the air, water, and ground, this widespread action will have a positive impact for generations to come. Monarch butterflies have been around for almost 2 million years. Help me help the butterflies. In making this commitment, myself and the community will be able to help make a real difference in a fun and organic environment. It forces us to get outdoors and observe our watershed up close and personal. This project has also taught me many lessons that I will carry with me forever. Lastly, a sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity to nurture our watershed. Here are my references.
Awesome, great job. So go ahead. Oh, there you go. Awesome. All right, we'll go ahead and start the Q&A session.
Okay, nice job, Jake. Okay, judges, do you guys have any questions for him? Okay, go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, great presentation. I loved the planting of the milkweed idea. I was just curious, does the milkweed help any other butterflies or other pollinators as well?
I'm not sure if it helps other pollinators, but I know that with the monarchs that help or that take the milkweed and or pollinate or that use the milkweed to pollinate other plants, it can help other animals that use those plants.
Okay.
Okay, Michaela?
I love this. I remember when I was younger and there are monarch butterflies like everywhere. So I don't know, I think this is a really cool project. I was wondering if when you were purchasing milkweed, you looked into the different types and whether you purchased the ones that were more native and I guess endemic to Colorado, because I know there are over 10 different types, I think, that grow naturally in the US.
Yeah, I looked for the ones that were the most common in Fort Collins, where I live, and the most the easiest to maintain and to help the monarchs the most. So I picked a Asclepia syrica.
Great, that's awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm wondering how many different locations you were able to plant milkweed at. It sounds like your backyard, your school, and some families' homes, but how many was that?
Yeah. I found about 5 locations near me that were the most easiest for me to go to and maintain.
Very nice. Do you know about how big of an area that covered?
Like in all, or just the ones that I've how many plants cover each amount of area, or how across how far of my city?
Like how much of your city do you think you were able to spread those plants around?
Well, I've spread it out a lot because I've given some to my friends that live 5 minutes away to me, even to my grandma who lives 15 minutes away from me. So, but I don't know the exact amount of space I covered.
Michaela?
So you mentioned, I guess it sounds like there's some opportunity to get involved in your project as well for other people. Is that how you sort of plan to continue this? And is it sort of something that other people can get involved in and you're going to continue planting milkweed and working with your community to do that?
Yes, and I also went around asking people at my school if they wanted to contribute because I have extra milkweed plants. So if anybody else wants to contribute, they can just email me.
Jake, I just wanted to say that was a great presentation. And I too absolutely love the monarch butterfly and have done lots of research on migration and milkweed habitats and stuff. So I'm just curious where your passion for the monarch butterfly came from.
Yeah, so since I've grown up here, I've always seen monarchs, and I started seeing them less and less, and it made me like wonder because I thought they were so beautiful. So when I was looking into my biology class and I saw that they were like declining in population, it made me sad. So I wanted to try and help fix that.
Well, great job. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have a question for Jake? Hey, we admire your passion, Jake. Thank you for helping the monarchs.
Thank you.
All right. For privacy reasons, we cut the video there because Jake gave us his email address so that we could get more milkweed, and I will definitely be taking him up on that. Our next group, we have Mama Otter Saves the Day by Joshua Lark and Wilson Caradoc from Rocky Mountain High School.
Hello, everyone. We are Team Mama Otter Saves the Day, and together we wrote and illustrated a children's book. My name is Wilson Caradoc, and I am the illustrator.
And I'm Joshua Lark. I wrote the book.
Yes. And right here we have our main character. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor. And her name is Mama Otter. So let's get right into it.
Litter and plastic waste negatively impacts watersheds and the environment as a whole. Animals often mistake trash for food, which not only makes them sick, but it threatens their lives. Our sustainable development goals were climate change and clean water and sanitation. So we wanted to help children learn early on the importance of proper waste management and how they can help keep the planet and its creatures safe. So we wrote and illustrated a children's book about the impacts of littering on watersheds, and we read that book to elementary schools from Wellington, Loveland, and Fort Collins. And those schools were Bamford, Rice, Zach, Bowder, McGraw, and Ivestone.
Don't know why I was muted. Our book addresses the current issue of littering in an approachable way, and it offers an easy solution for people of all ages. It helps mostly water. Our book is about a river that gets polluted. It benefits animals primarily because it keeps their ecosystems clean and healthy. And the solution is easily repeatable and doable for people of any age because most people, if they have the ability to, can go outside right now and help clean up the earth and keep it healthy.
So this is our budget table. Our only vendor was Lulu Publishing, and that's where we published our book from. We got 40 copies of our book printed. We got it hardcover. So that was $16.31 per item, and shipping was $93.44, which came out to be $745.
All right. So we wrote the book in roughly a month. We illustrated it in 2 weeks. I had about 2 weeks to illustrate it, which meant I had to do about 2 to 6 illustrations every day in order to get it done in time. We printed and had the book shipped within 9 to 11 days, and I actually think it came in about like a week and a half. We have since we're working on getting 31 copies into 31 different elementary schools. So each elementary school will have its own copy. They're all signed. We visited 6 elementary schools in person, as we previously stated. We read to kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and third grade classes. And we read to multiple classes within each school. So about 20 classes total, but we read to so many that I actually have lost count. And we gave a copy to the Poudre Learning Center and Nutrient. And right now, 30 copies are getting processed for the Poudre River Library District, which is 3 locations. Each location will have its own copy. And a few days ago, actually, I dropped 3 copies off. So they're working on getting that into the system right now. Here are some images now from Bamford Elementary. So in this first picture here, we are talking about the Caring for Our Watersheds page, which we have at the beginning of our book. We asked the kids, what do you think a watershed is? We had a great conversation about that. And then in the second picture here, this is the very last page of the book, and it says, Mama Otter saved the day, and so can you. And so we had a conversation about, what do you guys think you can do for your environment? What do you think that last page means? And I do have to admit with a bit of embarrassment that I'm not much taller than the kindergartners. So that was an interesting experience. Here's another school we read to. This was Rice Elementary. Once again, our Caring for Our Watersheds page, just talking about, the importance of watersheds. And here we have some more pictures. Right here is an illustration that a kid gave us as a little farewell drawing. It was very sweet. If you can see it, hopefully, right here is a picture of an otter stuffed animal. We went into one of their classes and they had an otter, and we thought that was great timing, so we took a picture. And then here we have a teacher holding our book and showing the kids the illustrations. And lastly, our very last slide, we have some digital versions of some thank you letters from one of the classes at McGraw that we read. And so these were some of the cutest ones that we thought were in there, and we wanted to include them. So if any of you would like to read over them in your time, please do. And so we just want to say we're very grateful for this opportunity. We're very honored. And we had an amazing experience. The kids learned from it and we learned from it, and we can't be more thankful for that. So thank you for your time, judges.
Hey, Jared.
Hello. Well, first, I just want to say, love the book. I'm at the Poudre Learning Center, so we were lucky enough to receive a copy. I've read it to my son. He loved it. It's really a wonderful project you all put together. And like Lila, I also hope you both graduate. But my question is related to the sustainable development goals. Wondering which ones you all were aiming to address, and any targets you were aiming for there.
Yeah, so we most definitely wanted to focus on clean water and sanitation. We wanted to address this idea of littering, where litter can easily get into watersheds and contaminate the water. The plastic particles can be absorbed into the water and, therefore get into animals. And animals can eat the plastic. And so we really wanted to talk about keeping our environment clean, to protect those animals, to protect the water, nonetheless, the health of the water, and also climate change, because plastic buildup and waste buildup, especially the particles that are released into the environment and the air, is really, really dangerous. And so we really wanted to make it approachable for kids to understand that, because this world is going to be their world very soon. And so we want them to know what they're getting into and how they can also help keep their planet safe.
Okay, Michaela.
I love this. I love the creativity. Your guys' presentation and the visuals are so beautiful. I'm just wondering, how did you decide what age group to target? And then also the schools that you went to and what your plans are for the future, if you're going to keep distributing this book, if you want to actually go and get it published on a larger scale.
So our next goal is to hopefully put a free digital version on the internet so that people, as long as they have internet, can access it everywhere. And we just decided that it would be easy for us, because we've never done a children's book before, to start with a very young audience, because those stories tend to be a little bit more simple. And so it was easier for us as creators. So we just decided kindergarten, first grade, second, third grade would be just the greatest little group to go with. Yeah, great question.
I'd love to see this.
Oh, sorry, Michaela. Okay, Catherine, you had a question.
Oh, great project. Do you have plans for a sequel?
I was going to let Joshua answer that, but we do not. A lot of the kids were like, we need a series of this, of all different animals going through this. And we were like, yes, great ideas. And so many kids were like, are you going to make more books? And Joshua and I looked to each other and we're like, I guess we kind of have to now. We don't have a choice. So I don't know. We might come together again soon and maybe cook something up and make another book to the series, or just something else related to taking care of our environment. But yeah, great question.
Hey, anybody else have a question? I'm pretty excited that you guys autographed the books because I figure someday it's going to be worth a lot of money because you guys did an awesome job.
All right, yet another great project, and I can honestly say I am looking forward to any sequels the two of you come up with. Up next, we have Splish Splash Education Time by Sayre Loy and Sophia Jess from Rocky Mountain High School.
Hi, I'm Sophia Jess. I'm Sayre Loy, and we are partners in the project Splish Splash Education Time. The problem we ran into was polluted runoff water from urban and agricultural areas were running straight into our rivers. To prevent this, we created a rain garden so when it filters out harmful chemicals that run into our storm drains. The sustainable goals we focused on were number 4 and 6, which is education and clean water for everyone.
In addition to the rain garden, we also realized that a huge problem in our community is that people have low awareness over this issue. So we decided to go back to our roots at Werner Elementary School and give a presentation to the students about water and why it's important to keep water clean.
This all started back in December when we first submitted our proposal. After becoming finalists, we contacted Werner in March.
On April 8th, we ordered our supplies, and on April 16th and 20th, we actually built our rain garden with the help of friends and family. On April 22nd, which is Earth Day, we gave our presentation to Werner. When we were actually building the garden, we had the help of 3 friends as well as adults on hand to supervise. However, we did all of the directing, telling people what to do, where to be, and exactly how to build the garden successfully, and it took us a total of 3 hours.
Rain gardens are strategically placed at bottoms of hills, for when runoff water flows through them, only clean water will come out of them. Ours was a mix of sand and compost for our base of a garden. Now you may think that the harmful chemicals will hurt our plants, but instead it'll actually help them. It'll hurt the plants and the ecosystem within the rivers.
When we were actually giving our presentation to the Werner students, we presented to 5 classes with a total of 114 kids, ranging from kindergarten through 5th grade. We had to adjust our presentation depending on who we were talking to, but for every presentation we used an Enviroscape, which is in the picture down there. And basically it's just a small replica of a town that helps demonstrate how water from our streets, houses, and businesses can flow down into the rivers.
Some of the questions we asked them were like, how many people in Fort Collins alone rely on the Poudre River? Many of them lowballed this answer saying 10,000, 20,000, but it's actually 330,000. We must keep this water clean and sanitary for the people in Fort Collins, but also for the 11 states that the Cache la Poudre River feeds into.
After we asked them questions, we gave them an opportunity to ask us questions, and then we walked over to our rain garden to show them how it works and why it's important that they keep it safe.
The budget that we created was $137 for plants. We got 4 bee bombs, 2 sunrise blue hyssops, and 3 radiaris, which are all native plants and are very bee and butterfly friendly. They're hardy and can withstand many different weathers.
In addition to the plants, we had a ton of sand, a ton of compost, a delivery fee for both of these. And we also ordered a bag of candy for the students so that when they asked questions, we gave them a piece. And we also got 5 boxes of seed packets, which we handed out to the students after our presentation so that they can go start their own garden.
We totaled to about $430. But what I took away from this project was how to create something that can better my community for many generations forward. I also learned how to communicate with others.
I learned a lot about organization skills and how even when things don't seem like they're working out, you just have to keep going and you'll find something. Overall, it was a really good experience. It was super challenging at times, but I'm so proud of what we've accomplished, and I'm just excited to see what we do next.
And then here are citations. How do we stop sharing? Okay, so that was our presentation.
Good job. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer here for our judges to ask their questions.
So great job. I'm sorry, Cindy.
that's okay.
Great job, ladies, on your rain garden. That I know that's a lot of work digging all that stuff and planting all those plants. Why did you decide to place it where you did? And did you do any kind of calculations about how big it needed to be or anything like that?
So we decided to place it where it was because there's a storm drain maybe 20 yards away from it, kind of. And so it's at the bottom of a hill. So when all the water from the like yards and whatever from
sprinklers and
rain, like it'll flow down into it so we can get out all the pesticides and stuff.
And we also just thought it would be kind of fun to do it like at our elementary school where we were doing the presentation, because that way the kids could actually see it. And we did a lot of measurements before building it so that we knew exactly how much of everything to get and how far to space the plants. So I think it was 8 by 3 feet.
No, 8 by 4.
8 by 4 feet.
Okay, Michaela?
I actually had the same question. But I guess if you were to do this again, are there any other places you can think of that you'd be interested in putting in a rain garden?
The first place we wanted to, there was actually like a concrete like slab under it for it. So we couldn't do where we first wanted it to, but there's not really other places because we wanted to influence the elementary schoolers so they could appreciate something and learn about like how they can help the country and the community,
I think, yeah, and just like, it's more about the landscape around the place. So it really depends like on if there's a hill and like where the drain is, because that's going to factor in a lot to how successful the rain garden is.
Right. Thank you. And I just wanted to say I love how you guys not only built a rain garden, but also included a large educational aspect in it, and the thought you gave to, you know, pollinators as well, like really covering all the bases there. It was a great project.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Oh, I'm just curious, who's going to be responsible for maintaining the garden? Like weeding, things like that?
Yeah, we don't need to do too much because Werner has already started to like water their land and grasses and all that. So where the sprinklers are, it hits it pretty perfectly and it gets a good amount of water. But we also go out like maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks.
Once every couple weeks, I think. We've been going out and just making sure that everything's alive. And then we're going to continue to do this. It won't be great over the summer, I think, because the plants are perennials, so they'll come back much stronger next spring. And so then we'll start going back. It's pretty close to our houses, so it's really fun to go see how it's growing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Michaela?
I was just wondering if you have any sort of plans to maybe get the kids involved since it's at the elementary school. I'm sure you guys aren't going to be around forever. Is there any thought to maybe getting some kind of a program started where the kids can go out there and do some weeding and a little bit of gardening or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. Just like, because we talk to them a lot about that and how they're responsible too. Like it's their garden mostly, like not really ours, it's theirs. So they know like what it really takes, I guess.
Yeah, but it is very low maintenance. So by the time we're like off to college, since we're freshmen, it shouldn't take that much more since they will be stronger. Yeah, and even probably less than that. But
we didn't think about like establishing an actual program though, but I think we should definitely look into that. That'd be really cool if we could do something like that.
Yeah, I think that's certainly doable.
Yeah, for sure.
Are there any other? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to say the same thing you were. Oh. Any other questions? Okay. You guys did a good job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I look forward to seeing you on Friday at the banquet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Good.
Have a good day.
Bye.
All right. Another great rain garden. Love that they chose to go back and give back to the elementary school that they went to for so long. Up next, we have 2 to go. We have Protecting the Sherwood Strait by Jack Devincenzi from Fort Collins High School.
Hello, I'm Jack Devincenzi. I am a sophomore right now at Fort Collins High School, and this is my Caring for Our Watersheds project about protecting the Sherwood Strait. So some background info is in Fort Collins, there are many ditches that run through the city and then they drain back into the Poudre. And the Sherwood Strait is the final section of the Arthur Ditch system leading to Lake Sherwood. There are over 500 houses along the strait and around the lake. Lake Sherwood is not known for being the cleanest lake because of runoff pollution. And every irrigation season, the water from the lake is pulled out to support the landscapes of Fort Collins High School, Stewcase Park, and then heads back into the Poudre River. So here's a map of all the different ditches. So the first points to where the Arthur Ditch enters, exits from the Poudre. And then number 2 is where the Sherwood Lateral is. Number 3 is specifically Lake Sherwood, which is my main focus. And then number 4 is where Fort Collins High School and Stewcase Park is. So my solution is to educate the residents around this ditch about the effects of non-point source pollution. And to measure my impact, I'm having residents sign a pledge card of simple ways they can take action to help stop the runoff into the ditch system. And my sustainable development goal that I identified was goal 6 about clean water and sanitation, and specifically target 3 to help improve water quality by reducing pollution. And here is an example video of me talking to somebody.
Watershed with the different chemicals that go into the ditches and the lakes. And our ditch goes to Lake Sherwood, obviously, and then goes on to Fort Collins High School. And then trying to do pledges for my project so I can measure my impact and see if people are already doing these things or if they're wanting to pledge to these things. So I was wondering if you would want to do. Yeah, absolutely. Right.
Here is my flyer. Both front and back are the top 2, and then my pledge card is below with different ways that they can pledge to help reduce their impact. So my benefits of this project are it will help improve water quality with the reduction and hopefully elimination of chemicals into the ditch system. And by talking to the neighborhood residents, I am creating a sense of community and unity with the common goal of a cleaner watershed. Here are some photos from my implementation. The biggest photo on the bottom left is me talking to the Lake Sherwood HOA board, and each one of those people represents a different HOA around the lake. So I was able to talk to them before and after my project to see how effective it was. So here was my implementation plan and some of my results. So for my implementation plan, I conducted research to determine the best outreach messages. And then I went out around Earth Day and distributed over 300 flyers over 4 days. And some of my results were that many people decided to pledge 3 different items. Some people pledged 2 because they didn't have a dog, and some people pledged 1. So these were the general costs for my project. Mainly it was just printing the full color copy of my flyer and pledge card. So in conclusion, I think my project was one of the most impactful projects that I've done because it is making an immediate difference in the community, and it brings awareness and educates residents that there will be a reduction in pollutants from entering the watershed, thereby protecting the people and the animals that depend on it. And by simply challenging and changing the way people think about their actions together, we can create a long-lasting positive effect on our world right here from our neighborhood. And I think this project can be easily redone in different parts of neighborhoods and areas. And then here are some of my references that I used for my project. And thank you.
Great presentation. I loved how you showed on the map the connections from the Poudre River to the Arthur Ditch to the particular strait you were interested in. Did you have to do a lot of research on ditches, and how did you get interested in that?
Well, I had to do quite an extensive sense of research, but I was also very lucky since my dad is on the Lake Sherwood board. He's actually the president, so he knows a lot of those ditch systems, and he had that map for me so that I could easily see it. And then how I really got interested is because I actually live on the lake here in Lake Sherwood, so it sort of directly impacts me. Plus I go to Fort Collins High School for their irrigation. So I was really wondering, since I know we like to go paddleboarding and kayaking in the lake, and we haven't been swimming because it's not the cleanest, but I was wondering if I could make that impact, maybe that could change and we could have more, I guess, extensive items to do out in the lake.
Hey, Michaela, you have a question?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say I love this, and I love your sort of boots on the ground method here. I think that's really great that you went out and spoke to a lot of people and handed out all this educational material. I was wondering if you have any plans to try and do this in other ditches that flow into Sherwood.
Well, right now, Lake Sherwood only has one ditch, which is the Arthur Ditch. But I was thinking about maybe, and since I was only able to do Lake Sherwood, HOA and neighborhood block, and then also Parkwood, which was up a neighborhood. And I was thinking that I could go and extend my outreach to like the other neighborhoods that surround the ditch higher up.
Great. Okay, Jared, do you have a question?
Yeah. So I spent some time in college canvassing for different campaigns and events and stuff, and had a lot of doors slammed in my face during that period of time. So I'm wondering what the most challenging part of this project was for you, and maybe it was just doors being slammed.
I didn't have a lot of doors be slammed on me, which was good. Many of the people who I talked to were either like really interested in participating in doing this, and many of them were actually already doing these things. So I guess one thing that I could have made my project a little bit more better is by offering a box for continuing to take action. But I guess another challenge was canvassing, since there's so many houses that I had to cover. It just took a pretty long time. And I had some of my family help, which was nice, but I was always there with them. So.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is an amazing project, and I laud you for doing door to door. As Jared said, it's not fun. And I was super impressed. You got over 100 commitment cards back. You know, that's really impressive. I was curious why you chose those 3 things on your commitment cards.
So on my pledge cards, I chose those, I guess, 3 bullets because in a way it directly translated to what I had on my flyer about the way that those things impact the ditch. So for like pet waste, obviously picking up pet waste. And then I think for the car, it was like preventing chemicals and pollutants to run off into the ditch. And then, sorry, forgot. And then for using natural fertilizers, that sort of ties into the lawn care of it, which I had on my flyer, so.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I think you did great.
Thank you.
All right, that project really inspires you to try to clean up your own backyard. I love how hyper-localized that his focus was. So before we get to our final presentation, if you are a student who is a runner-up or honorable mention, if you could please head out either of those open garage doors and meet Yvonne. I think she just wants to get some photos. So if you could do that now, that would be wonderful. And then our final presentation, we have Can Soil Really Damage Our Economy by Miles Willard of Rocky Mountain High School.
Hi everyone, I'm Miles Willard. I go to Rocky Mountain High School and I'm a freshman. My main watershed concern is sediment pollution in the Poudre River and how sediment pollution affects the economies of cities that utilize the Poudre River in our Front Range here. So my solution takes place at a creek up the Poudre Canyon. It's called Sheep Creek. My solution is to go up to Sheep Creek and plant a bunch of ponderosa pine trees along this creek to restore root barriers or barriers to hold back soil from getting into this creek because the Cameron Peak fire went through this area and wiped out all the trees that were there. My solution isn't massive, but I'm hoping that planting sessions can keep happening at multiple other smaller creeks along the Poudre River that feed into it. The environmental and social benefits are, I'm focusing on the clean water and sanitation SDG, more specifically 6.3 and 6.6. The benefits of my solution is clearer water for recreation, better habitable ecosystems for aquatic and land organisms that utilize the Poudre River and its surroundings, and less flooding and landslides with those root barriers being rebuilt up. So my budget is very simple. We got our ponderosa pine trees from a local distributor. We got ponderosa pine trees mainly because their sheer size, they're very large. Their root systems can get to about a mile deep into the earth, and they're adapting to become more and more fire resistant, so which is very helpful for what we're trying to do. We got 308 of them, and they're about $325 per tree, adding up to the grand total of $1,000. So my implementation plan, just as a disclaimer before I go over this, I have not implemented my plan yet due to my calendar being extremely booked up with school stuff, but it will be happening this month on the 21st. So it will be happening very soon. So what it's going to look like is we're going to head up to the site and clear debris from this Sheep Creek. So that's going to be fallen over trees, branches, and such like that, so we can actually plant our trees. Then we'll be removing cloth that holds the trees, the roots together in the trees, and placing them into the holes that we have dug that are quite a few feet apart from each other. And then we'll place dirt over the tree and pack them tightly in, and potentially placing a wattle in front of them. In conclusion, I got my idea from the Cameron Peak fire that destroyed crucial trees and their root systems, dumping soil and ash into the water. This Caring for the Watershed was a perfect opportunity in my biology class to act on what I saw, because I did a lot of running in the summer, and I saw this directly from running on trails that go along the Poudre River. And I'm hoping that as I plant these trees, it can restore those crucial ecosystems, which will positively affect our economy and watershed. Here are my references. Thank you for listening to me. Are there any questions?
Good job, Miles. That was very impressive. Okay, so judges, you get to ask him some stuff. Looks like you're first, Michaela.
Hi there. I love the idea behind this. This is actually something that the city of Greeley and Fort Collins are working on up in the watershed too. We're doing a lot of mulching up there, and putting in wattles. So I like how you mentioned that. I'm just wondering if you reached out or if you know who the landowner is for that area around Sheep Creek, and if you've given any thought to that, and whether that might be a challenge.
So no, I did not mention this, but I am actually talking to the city of Greeley, and the owner of that land, they have previous, like, a plot up there that they'll be planting. I think her name is Shania Jones, and I'll be going up and working with them on planting these trees.
That's great. I love how you thought of that, because I know there are issues if it's, you know, public land with U.S. Forest Service. So
yeah,
that's really great that you looked into that and gave it that forethought. Great job.
Hey, Jared.
All right, I have kind of a two-parter. Wondering what size ponderosas that you are getting. Like, are they just the seeds, or are they actually seedlings?
So yeah, they are actually saplings, and we'll just be planting those directly onto that site.
Perfect. And then second part of the question is, you mentioned potentially putting in wattles as well. Wondering if you have an idea on how you're going to get those, being that it sounds like you spent your whole budget on the trees.
So yeah, that was mainly what I was focusing on for my budget, as getting the trees. I'm the Greeley group that I'm working with actually have the wattles in place already, or have them.
Perfect.
And my question kind of ties into Jared's question, was tools for planting and stuff. Is that Greeley group also offering those?
Yep, they are.
Just totally out of curiosity, I was wondering who your main contact with at the city of Greeley is.
It's gonna, I think it was Randy. I don't remember how to pronounce his name. Like, Gustafson or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but
yeah, you pronounced it right. He's a great contact to have. So I applaud you for reaching out and coordinating with, you know, other people involved in that watershed.
Okay, any other questions for Miles? I know it's been a lot of work for you, Miles. You're doing a great job. Thank you for doing this for our watershed. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Miles, for doing that work. I spent some time the last year and a half or so planting ponderosas and putting in wattles myself, so I know it's a big endeavor you're taking on. So that is the end of our student presentations. So let's do one more big round of applause for all of our All right, so we do have one more very brief video to show you all before we move on to our next session, and that is just introductions that our judges have recorded so that you get a chance to know who was involved in this process. So if you don't mind putting on that very first video there.
Hello, my name is Jared Mazurek. I'm the director of the Poudre Learning Center, and my role in our watershed is that of an educator, a steward, and a recreator.
Hi, my name is Randy Ray. I work for the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District located in Greeley. I am the district's executive director. Central participates in both the Thompson and the Poudre River watersheds. We have water storage and water rights located in those watersheds. And we also contribute to educational activities such as the Children's Water Festival. We participate also in the Poudre Learning Center activities. In addition, the Well Watch program, many area schools have groundwater observation wells at their school.
Hey everybody, my name is Gwen Roth and I'm the education coordinator with the Hamilton County Conservation District. I run the Caring for Our Watersheds Ohio contest, and we just held our contest last Saturday. So I'm very excited to see all the finalists today and to go through the judging process. Well, we share a watershed, the big giant Mississippi River watershed. You're on the very western edge, and I'm a lot more on the eastern edge. So while we are far apart, we still share our watershed. I wish everybody the best of luck today.
Hi, my name is Catherine Spitzmiller. I'm an environmental advisor at Nutrien, and I work to ensure our sites are in compliance with their water and waste regulatory requirements.
Hi there, my name is Michaela Jackson, and I'm the Water Quality and Regulatory Compliance Manager for the City of Greeley. My primary role in the Cashel Poudre and Big Thompson watersheds is working and coordinating with other municipalities and stakeholders on water quality monitoring, data sharing, and source water protection planning.
All right, so that wraps up our presentations. So we are now going to be moving over to our schoolhouse for the poster session. So students, it may be a good idea to maybe run ahead a little bit because they're not in any particular order. So that'll give you a couple minutes to kind of find your poster and get settled in. But yeah, we'll just be heading over to the schoolhouse for that. This room, we do need everybody to clear out of this so we can get our caterers set up and everything. But you are welcome to be in the Welcome Center, the schoolhouse, or anywhere outdoors. Thank you.
Am I supposed to be running a slideshow for the people
All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Poudre Learning Center. My name is Jared Mazurek. I'm the director here at the PLC. We are so glad to see all of you out here. If you are just joining us, you missed some pretty amazing presentations, but hopefully you got to see the poster presentations over there. It's been an impressive day, and we've got a lot of fun Coming up next with our awards ceremony. This is our 13th Caring for Our Watersheds banquet and awards celebration. Had a long, great history of some amazing projects, and this year is by no means an outlier. So you should be very proud of your students. All right, and just want to acknowledge this meal that we're sharing together. And so for the meal that we're about to eat, for those that made it possible, and for those with whom we are about to share it, we are thankful. Let's eat. Thank you.
Hello. Ooh, it's been a while since I've had this many faces looking at me. I feel like I'm in a dream. All right, everyone. Well, welcome. I know we had a bunch of new guests join us, so I'll just reintroduce myself. My name is Ivonne Morales. I'm the program coordinator for the Colorado contest through Caring for Our Watersheds. So this is an international program, and we're very lucky to have it here. So I wanted to kind of go over some program highlights, because sometimes it's easy to forget how beneficial this program is for our community, but especially our kids, our students. And so we'll just go through some numbers. So we had 293 entries submitted to us, and all the teams that you will see today are winners. So that is amazing. And on top of that, like, we had 368 students enter the contest, because you can work in teams of up to 4. And we had 11 schools participate as well. So that is an amazing accomplishment, and I congratulate you all for accomplishing or implementing your project, or even submitting your proposal into the contest. So a round of applause for all of our teams. So I surveyed our teams that are implementing, and I asked them what are they most nervous about. And when I participated in this program back in 2013, I think the one thing I was most worried about was public speaking, because I wasn't used to that. You know, at home I was speaking Spanish and English, now that I'm losing a little bit of my Spanish, but it was difficult. It was difficult to speak to a group of audience, especially because I'll know some words in Spanish and not in English, and I know some words in English, not in Spanish. So it gets really scary. And even to this day, I still get shaky and sweaty, right? So I want my students to know that even as an adult, I still have nightmares about speaking to a group of people. And you all managed to do it, so congratulations. And a lot of 36% of our students said that they were most nervous about public speaking and making new connections. So that wasn't really a shocker, right? Because I was like, I've been there, totally get it. But then 58% of our students said that they're most nervous about successfully implementing their idea. And the reason I say this is kind of a shocker is because sometimes we think the students participate in this program for the cash prize, but this just goes to show that they actually cared to implement, right? The prize was a bonus to this program. And they were nervous about actually implementing, developing a budget, developing and following a plan, time management, a workload of implementing, ensuring the project continues after graduation. This is showing you that the students are thinking like adults. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, right? And what's amazing about this is our teams did both. They successfully implemented, or soon will, and they spoke to strangers, several instances. So you did it, right? You were most nervous about those two things, and you succeeded. And what I want you to take from this is that down in the road, right, you are capable of doing whatever you set your mind to. Some of you might have extra barriers that you have to kind of overcome, but you can do it. You've done it, and you can do it again. So this program is so much more than a contest, and Caring for a Watershed teaches students real life skills. Researching, fact-checking, planning, budgeting, time and project management, and written and verbal communication. It's writing, reading, math, science, social studies, and not to mention stewardship, all bundled up into a program. It gives students the means and resources to actually make a difference in our watershed while acquiring professional skills. And I'm very grateful for Nutrien for sponsoring this program and bringing it to life in the first place. So with that, I would like to play a clip from Nutrien's education program coordinator, Chloe Sprecher. So we'll pull up that video and see what she had to say. I'll troubleshoot it, maybe we'll watch it later. All right, so we'll continue on, but that's okay. We have an amazing speaker coming up next. So I would like Saria to make her way up here, and I'll introduce her briefly because she'll do some of, or most of the introduction, but Saria participated in last year's contest, and she won first place. So we wanted to invite her back to tell us a little bit about her project and the impact of this program. And so she will also be a summer intern here pretty soon, so we're excited to have her here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Saria Maurer, and I'm currently a junior at Greeley Central High School, and I was last year's Caring for Our Watersheds winner. Today I will be talking to you all about my project and my journey. Okay. I have always loved bats, and when I found out that little brown bats had been added to the endangered species list, I knew I had to do something. And when my AP Environmental Science teacher, Miss Mock Murphy, told our class about the Caring for Our Watersheds competition, I thought it was the perfect opportunity. I also knew that it was a competition, though, and I didn't have any faith in myself that I would get in. So I wanted to do my project anyway. My idea was fairly simple. I was planning on making bracelets with a bat charm and selling them to get the money I needed to buy bat boxes that I could put up around the city. I reached out to the mayor, and he was very supportive of my project. That's when I found out I actually did get into the competition. I was ecstatic. I was partnered with Chris Scully as my wonderful mentor, and I found out that Greeley Natural Areas and Trails was willing to sponsor my project and supply me with another $1,000. I was overwhelmed with joy. In my original plan, I would be able to put up maybe 8 bat boxes, but with the new money and this amazing opportunity, I was able to put up 30. I still made the bracelets and brochures, which I handed out to people at school, as well as to strangers I met when I was walking on trails that my bat boxes were on. It felt so amazing to feel like I was making a difference. Chris Scully was an amazing mentor for me. He took me and my parents all over Greeley to locations I would never have been, and we found locations that were perfect for bat boxes. Green, access to water, trees. Once we had our locations, we had to figure out what to post the bat boxes on. Many people put them on trees, but the problem with that is that predators will sit on the tree branches and catch the bats as they drop down to fly. They also have to be around 20 feet high because most bat species can't fly without falling about 10 feet. That's why they roost upside down. Well, after a while of searching, Chris found an ad on Facebook. Someone was selling 15 old irrigation pipes. They were the perfect height and just how many we needed. You may call it a coincidence, but I call it fate. We went out to the farm that had them and loaded them to take back to Chris's office. Once the bat boxes we had ordered had come in, we screwed them to metal brackets in order to attach them to the pipes. Chris's team dug holes for the pipes to go in, and my dad recruited some of his friends to help us get the pipes in place. We spent the day mixing and pouring concrete to make sure they would stay secure and making them level. Once we got all the locations we had picked out, all we had left to do was attach the bat boxes themselves. Now this was the fun part. Chris got a bucket truck and taught me how to control it. We got to go up, and I was able to secure the boxes in place, with help, of course. We spent another day going to all the different locations again to get the boxes up. When we finally got all 30 up, we were done. Through this entire process, I would find strangers who were walking by, and I would introduce myself and tell them about my project. It was really fun to be able to teach people about something that I'm so passionate about. Now you might be wondering, why does it even matter? Well, since you asked. Little brown bat populations are declining very rapidly, and specialists believe they may be completely extinct in the next 10 years if we don't do something to help. They're affected by something known as white nose syndrome, and they're not the only ones. It affects many bat populations by causing them to wake up during hibernation, consequently losing the essential fat they had built up, which kills them. One of the main causes of white nose syndrome is unclean living spaces, which is why bat boxes are such a huge help. Bats are a keystone species, meaning they are essential to keeping our local ecosystem balanced. They eat many insects, like mosquitoes that could carry very harmful diseases, as well as insects that feed on native plants. Think about this. One little brown bat can eat up to 3,000 insects each night, and a colony of bats contains on average thousands. Can you imagine a world without them? How many plants would be gone? How many insect-borne diseases there would be? It's not a world I want to live in. Bats have a bad reputation. People see them as scary and gross, and many still believe the myths that surround them, like the idea that they'll get caught in your hair. The truth is, they're very scared of people and will typically stay away from you. I have always related to bats. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I never really fit in where I went. When I was little, I used to watch documentaries about bats and check out books from the library on them. I thought they were fascinating, and they quickly became my favorite animal. Growing up in New Mexico, one of my favorite childhood memories was when I got to go out to my grandpa's pond at dusk and sit by the water. As I sat, I saw dozens of bats swooping down, catching the moths and mosquitoes right in front of my nose. I watched them until it was too dark to see. I'll never forget it. Now, I live down the street from a walking trail with water in the middle, and on warm summer nights, I go out and watch the bats fly over my head. I find it very therapeutic. Last summer, during my project, my depression took a turn for the worse. I felt like I had no purpose, like I was worthless, like I had no one to turn to. I got involved with the wrong people, and I lost myself. I attempted suicide in early July. That was a turning point in my life. I knew I had to change. I knew I had to be better. I am doing much better now, and I'm getting the help that I need. But when I felt at my lowest, I turned to the one place I felt like I belonged, my project. I put my everything into it. My parents were so kind and supportive, and they helped me get through it. Without them, I don't know where I would be today or if I would even be here. I am so grateful to have such an amazing support system. I don't think the people who helped me with my project realized how much they actually saved my life. I was ready to give up on everything, but I found my passion again. I found my purpose. I hope and pray that everyone here knows they are worth so much and that what you're doing matters. Don't give up on yourself. You are doing so much good for this world. Don't stop. The environment needs you to continue to make a change. The future depends on it. Keep being the best that you can, doing what you can to help this beautiful planet that we live on. Thank you all for your time and willingness to listen to my story. Have a great rest of your night and good luck.
Thank you, Saria, for sharing that. I know that can be difficult to share that with the world, but it means a lot to me that you were able to. I do have a little special surprise for you. We do have a clip that we want to play of some special people sharing their messages.
Hey, Saria.
Hey, Saria.
Hey, we just wanted to say we're so proud of you. You did such a great job with this project, and the Green Cats were so happy that we could be a part of it. And
I am extremely proud of you, Saria, for doing all these accomplishments on your project and sharing more awareness on bats. And I am so glad you made me get involved with this project. I learned so many things from you and from your project, and I am so glad you found something that you're very passionate about, and I can't wait to see what this project brings on for you in your future.
like, it was obvious you were very passionate about this project, and the fact that you brought more attention to our bat population and how to take care of them and what they need. I think it's going to just have a ripple effect in our community. So thank you so much for all your hard work.
My name is CJ Maurer, and I'm her mother.
My name is Lance Maurer, and I'm her father.
So before the Caring for Our Watersheds, having to deal with COVID and all the many stresses of life, Saria was starting to lose her passion. She had wanted to be a vet since she was 2, and she was starting to lose that interest and lose that spark. And when she started the Caring for Our Watersheds project, it brought her spark back. It was so wonderfully exciting to see her growth and her excitement, and to see her so excited to see her so excited to be doing something for her community, to be helping animals. Saria has grown so much. She has done such amazing things. And if it wasn't for this Caring for Our Watersheds program, she could have lost that spark. But because of it, she not only found her spark, but it's expanded into a wildfire that is getting everyone else excited too.
Well, I want to say that I'm proud of her. She's done a great job and really got very organized with everything, and worked really hard on this project, and she spent a lot of time on it, and I'm just really proud of her.
Saria, we love you so much. We are so impressed with everything that you have done. You are amazing. You have grown so much. It's hard to believe how fast you've grown and how much you've grown. But this project has been such a wonderful opportunity for you, and I have seen how it's affected you on an everyday basis. And I am just so proud of you, and I love you so much.
All right, so Saria's mentor was not able to record a clip, but he's here to present live. So I'll hand it off to Chris Scully here.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Scully. I work for the City of Greeley. I'm a crew supervisor for our Natural Areas and Trails Division. And if it wasn't for my job, I would be an introvert, so I can sympathize with what you've talked about. I didn't want to do a video. I wanted to be in person and talk to you and talk to the rest of the group as well. I want to thank not only Saria, obviously, but the Caring for Watersheds program, Nutrien, Ivonne and Cindy, the PLC, CJ and Lance, thank you guys. Saria's folks were highly involved. And you can tell how much passion they have for their family, but also supporting Saria's dreams. And it showed from day one. And then I also want to thank my crew. It wasn't just me, and I appreciate you calling me out, but it was an entire team effort, and I really appreciate that. Sorry. They asked me to say just a few words, and like I said, I didn't think it was appropriate to be a video. I wanted to be here in person, be able to look at you and really thank you. How has this project helped our watershed? Saria identified a solution for a need that we had, and she was able to actually do something physical. So you created a reality from a dream, and that's all we can ask that this program does for everybody. She created interest in our Natural Areas and Trails program by the people that passed by. Every day when we were out and doing the project, Saria was the ambassador, she was the cheerleader, she was doing the work, and she spread the word of what she was doing with a lot of passion. And it, like I said, it showed from day one. You also provided a spark, and by that I mean you can take to heart that your project will grow within the city of Greeley. It's not just a one and done project we walk away from. This is something that's along the Poudre Trail, the Sheep Draw Trail, J.B. Jones, many of the other properties that are natural area properties within the city of Greeley. And so many people benefit them as well as the wildlife. You also provided a second life for products that were destined either for the trash or the scrap heap. So that's something huge with this. You don't, you look at things out of the box and you make solutions for things that may be problems. So Saria's project did that. The other half of this was how Saria grew within the project. And I'm so proud of you for this. You already had tremendous passion. Day one, she told me her life story related to bats. And I remember every little bit of it, and I really appreciate that. So I knew that she was fully bought in. She was going to do this no matter what. Even if she didn't have any money, she was going to do this. She was able to grow in her communication of what her vision was, and the understanding from going from an idea to reality. Your idea, your dream is real, Saria. It was great. You've also grown in how to manage people. You are becoming a leader. You are a great leader, and I look forward to great things from you for the rest of your life. And you've also grown in your confidence and worth. Always seek growth, but share yourself and your ideas. Everyone has to go to school, has to learn from real life, but then take that learning and share it. Don't keep it inside. You're sharing what you're learning, and keep doing that. So, just in conclusion, Saria is an amazing person. Keep flying towards your dreams, and everyone has a place in nature. Thank you, Saria.
All right, so if I can have Saria come back up to the stage, please. And then we're gonna pull something up onto the projector here in a little bit. And then Jared, if you wanna come up and join me. So we have a little surprise. Do you wanna just grab it? And it's the larger one, there you go. Not yet. Okay. So I want you to, okay, now you can unveil it. So Saria is being presented the International Award. That's the biggest award you can get in this program across all the contests. So we are presenting this to you today, Saria. So for this year, Caring for Watershed has taken initiative to implement her project internationally. So what that means is Nutrien put together funds to assemble more bracelets and an alternative keychain, and they distributed them amongst all contests. So they already have theirs. We're the last one to go up and run in, so we're gonna get ours today. And Saria didn't know this, but she helped us assemble a bunch of them, I think 450, that we're gonna distribute amongst the schools here. So every student that enters the contest will receive that gift. And so that's how we're implementing it in our contest. And it'll have a little business card like this with her project information and a QR code. And it'll have her video that we recorded. That's why we did a bunch of recordings that summer. So yeah, so that'll be on there. And then Nutrien also donated, or Caring for Watersheds, $5,000 to Bat Conservancy International, I think is what they're called. Make sure. Bat Conservation International. So yeah, they got $5,000 due to your efforts. And yeah, so, yeah, applause please. And then Jared has a few words as well.
All right, so one more announcement about Saria. A few months ago now, I had a meeting with Senator Hickenlooper's office, and I had this whole agenda of topics I wanted to cover, programs and results that we've been producing here at the PLC. And unfortunately, pretty early on in that meeting, I brought up Saria and this project. And I say unfortunately because that became the rest of the meeting. They did not stop talking about how amazing you are as a person, how amazing this project is. They had so many great questions. And they were not able to make it tonight, but they wanted me to pass along how impressed they are with you. And you will be receiving a letter from Senator Hickenlooper. So just wanted to share that this is not just Greeley that this is having an impact upon. I mean, this is U.S. government, so congratulations.
All right, so I wanted to do a few thank yous and recognition because this program wouldn't be possible if it weren't for several groups. So for these high school students to succeed, there are many organizations and people involved that deserve recognition tonight. So first off, I'd like for those that are Poudre Learning Center / District 6 employees, please stand up. And then can we give them a round of applause? So, Cindy Kieses, Jared, Mazra, Candy Headley, Mandy Hydock, they helped in every aspect of the program, so thank you. And then Jackie, Linda, for providing your expertise, time, and checking in on me. And then our volunteers today that helped us out as well. So Linda Hamilton, Joseph Andrade, Calvin Andrade, and then Raven McGee, and then Anna Shoulders. And also Chuck Call, thank you for taking photos as well. The next group I wanted to recognize the City of Greeley, Water Sewer, and City of Fort Collins. So if you're here, if you can stand up, I think we have a small group. And I'm gonna call you out if you don't. I see you. Thank you. So they judged final presentations, provided overwhelmingly support in reading and scoring papers, and most of all, they helped mentor. The Poudre Learning Center Foundation as well. They helped read and score papers and helped with finalist checks. Thank you, especially Larry Atchison, for providing those. Otherwise, our students wouldn't get paid today, but we got them. And for developing plans for the awards as well, to Tim Britzenston and Bo Chapin as well. The next organization I'd like to recognize is NOCOBE, which is Northern Colorado Building Environmental Education. So this is a collaborative group of environmental education organizations working to further the impact and quality of environmental education. And we hit a new record of volunteers that read and scored papers because of this wonderful group. So I wanted to make sure that I recognize them for that. And then, of course, you can't forget Nutrien. I'd like to especially thank them for their amazing support of this program and for making this opportunity a reality for all the youth here today. As the corporate sponsor for this Caring for Watersheds program, Nutrien supports youth across the United States, Canada, and Argentina by turning their environmental ideas into solutions. And what an amazing company to help our youth change the world. And then I'm going to ask for this group to stand up, which are my judges, whether you judged on Wednesday or back in, I think it was January, oh my goodness. If you read and scored papers, so if you please stand up so we can recognize you. Thank you. So all of these people freely gave their time and expertise to meticulously read and evaluate every proposal that was turned in. So once every proposal was read and scored, these judges spent an entire day discussing and selecting the top 10 finalists. All of you gave your time and energy freely without any complaints, so thank you. And then the next group, I'd like to thank the parents. You live and die with everything your children do, and you have lived through this project with your child. You are their cornerstone for implementation. Again, your love and support has allowed your child to make a difference in our world. Thank you is not enough. So I'm going to ask the two following groups to come up to receive your gifts. These two groups work directly with the students, and this is why I want to make some time to recognize them especially. So for teachers, if you're here, please come up. And then I will ask mentors. So mentors, be ready to walk up. And then Cindy, if you can come up and help me distribute gifts.
Okay, this is way too more high-tech than I'm used to. All right, so our teachers make this project possible. They allow us to come into their classrooms, and then they usually require their students to do projects, and we greatly appreciate them. So this is Eileen Duncan from Union Colony. There you go. This is Corrin Yan, and she is from Greeley West High School. The ever-present Liz Mock-Murphy, who's from Greeley Central. I think this is the first year that Anna Marie Theron from Dayspring has been involved, but it won't be the last. She's right there. And then finally on the end is Dr. Yahara Fuentes-Taber. She was at Northridge, and now she's at Rocky Mountain High School. Okay, these women are awesome, and I know you students appreciate them, right? Okay, thank you guys very, very much.
right, mentors, are we ready to come up? I know a few of you picked like the back seats. Oh my gosh, what are you trying to hide from? So while our mentors are coming up here, without our teachers, this event would not be possible. You are the true leaders that improve our world. You have allowed us to come to your classroom and recruit students, help the students write and rewrite their papers, and you attended our meetings with your teams, helped them implement their ideas, purchase supplies for their project, and coach them. You gave the confidence to try something new. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And as our mentors make their way up, I'll give you all my little speech here. Finalists were assigned a mentor to help guide them through the implementation process of their project. And this year we were able to assign a mentor to each finalist team, which I am super happy to say, because it takes some of the workload off of me. But it also improves the quality of this program because the kids have somebody to go to directly rather than waiting on me to respond to them while I go through my emails and phone calls. So thank you so much. And teachers and mentors, there are succulents at each table as well, so make sure you take one home with you as a little thank you gift and appreciation token. So this year, we presented to the program to over 300 students in the Big Thompson and Poudre watershed area. We received proposals from over, I'm rereading stuff, you can tell I'm lacking sleep. The top 10 proposals were selected for implementation, and we also had enough funding this year to implement 6 additional projects, 2 being runner-up and then 4 being honorable mentions. For each student that submitted a proposal, Nutrien gave $10 to that student's classroom, and over $5,000 was given to science classroom in northern Colorado, and that's just within this program. So each proposal was read at a minimum of 3 times and scored and rescored. The papers were then judged again in a roundtable discussion by 10 community members. And this group selected the top proposals. Then Nutrien provided up to $1,000 to each team to implement their proposal from February to May. And today, these teams showed their accomplishments. All of you have improved our watershed, and the ripple effect that you have started cannot be measured. By participating in this program, you're making a difference in the world. Congratulations. Tonight, we are here to honor the students that have taken on the challenge to improve our watershed. So I will now let my partner, my Caring for Watershed partner, Cindy Kieses, present the awards to honorable mentions and runner-up teams.
Okay, hello again. So again, my name is Cindy Kieses. I started out as a teacher who had her students do this program, and then I've been able to do lots of jobs. I've been able to read the papers and judge the papers and help implement the papers, and every year I'm amazed by how wonderful our students are. So it always warms my heart to think that our world is in such good hands. Thank you, students, very much for your caring. Okay, so we had a few honorable mentions. We had 6 teams that were in this category. I'm just going to read the name of the school and the name of the project, and students, if you're here, if you'd please come on up. Okay, so from Resurrection High School, we had a project called Tire Pressure in Relation to Emissions. The teacher is Miss Brenda Ottoman. Is that group here? Okay, unfortunately they're not. Okay, we also had a group from Greeley Central High School do Gum Bin Project, The teacher is Liz Mock-Murphy. So would that group please come on up? There she is. Okay, while she's making her way up here, I'll continue on. These next group of teams that I'm going to read off for you are in the implementation stage or have already implemented. So these students show a great passion because they're not in the contest to win money, but they're still willing to do their projects. They were given up to $300 to do it. So the first team in this category is from Greeley West High School called Dreaming in Purple, and the teacher is Joel Suarez. And I don't think they're here, but way to go, guys. Okay, we had a group from Roosevelt High School with a very innovative project called The Problem with Menstrual Waste. And their teacher was Miss Kelly Huggins. So if these ladies would come on down. So if you don't know, Roosevelt High School is in Johnstown, just to give you an idea how far around we go with our projects. Okay, we also had a group from Dayspring Christian Academy in the honorable mention category, and they did educating peers on environmentally responsible vehicle maintenance. Okay, so they were talking to people about their tire pressure, which is important. Their teacher is Anna Maria Theron. So would that group please come on over? Are you guys here? Nope. Okay. We had another group from Greeley West High School called Educating the People. Actually, this is just one student by himself. And again, his teacher was Corrin Yan. He was here earlier. I don't know where he went. Okay. The next two projects I'm going to tell you about were selected as runner-ups. Each of these projects was given up to $1,000 to implement their project. So if you guys would please come up when I call your names. So from Greeley West High School, we have the Pollinator Planters group. They used old filing cabinets to make planters for pollinators, which is awesome. We had a group from Rocky Mountain High School called Saving Our Watershed One Fork at a Time. The teacher is Dr. Yahara Fuentes-Taber. So if you would come on over here, young lady. Thank you. So in her project, she donated biodegradable silverware, basically, to a homeless shelter. And they were extremely grateful to receive this gift, so that was awesome. Okay, so that's all of our honorable mentions and runners-up. We're getting down into the nitty-gritty. We're gonna find out who won. So, Jared, if you'd come on down, or come on up, you can present the awards for the top 10 finalists.
All right, so I'm sure you're all eager to hear how our finalists ranked. But before we do that, just because I don't want to forget before the end of the night, I want to take a moment to recognize the person who really is the heart and soul of this program here in the state of Colorado, and that is our very own Yvonne Morales. Yes, she works so hard. I mean, just putting this place together for tonight is a lot of work. But she spends her whole year really getting ready for tonight, and so it's exciting to get to see her shine and be recognized, so thank you. All right, so without further ado, we will get started on our finalists here. So coming in at 10th place, and being awarded $300, we have Art the Smart Way by Chloe Pettit from Rocky Mountain High School. And then students, as you do come up, please do exactly what Chloe's doing. Come up those stairs and then come on down these stairs because we want to make sure the camera can catch you. All right, coming in at 9th place, being awarded $350. We have Think Before You Throw It Out by Lana Coron, Maria Glasper from Union Colony Prep. All right, 8th place, we have To Fly, You Must Eat First by Jake Anselmo from Rocky Mountain High School. All right, 7th place, we have There's No Plan B by Evelyn Railsback and Sadie Gudmestad, Rocky Mountain High School. And they are being awarded $450. 6th place, being awarded $500, we have Aluminum Recycling Program with Corrin, Karrin, and Kylie from Dayspring Christian Academy. Fifth place, being awarded $600, we have Splish Splash Education Time by Sayre and Sophia from Rocky Mountain High School. All right, getting down to it here. 4th place, being awarded $700, we have Protecting the Sherwood Strait by Jack Devincenzi from Fort Collins High School. All right, 3rd place, being awarded $800, Sustainable Rain Garden, Elijah, Jack, Jacob, and Malachi, Dayspring Christian Academy. All right, last two. And I just want to say none of these were easy. These were all amazing projects. And if you're in this room right now, you have something to be very proud of. Whether you're a student, a parent, teacher, mentor, these kids have put a lot of work into this. So, 2nd place, receiving $900, we have Can Soil Really Damage Our Economy by Miles Willard from Rocky Mountain High School. And that leaves 1st place receiving a $1,000 check. We have Mama Otter Saves the Day, Joshua Lark, and Wilson Caradoc, Rocky Mountain High School. All right, let's hear it one more time for all of our finalists here. Perfect. And now this is the awkward part where I give you the real check because they're not going to cash that for you. So give me one moment.
All right, so congratulations to all of our teams. I know it wasn't a normal year, and you came back from the pandemic, and now you're implementing a project. So thank you for doing that, and congratulations. Because Nutrien matches the cash prize to student classes and awards their classes $10 per entry submitted to our Colorado contest, I would like to congratulate the students for earning their schools the following awards. These schools are the top earning schools based on the records we have dating back in 2016. Now, the contest here started in 2009, but that's just what I have record of. But Greeley West High School will receive $450 this year. Congratulations. They've earned $3,230 since 2017, so a lot of money. Greeley Central is going to take home $680, but they've earned $17,340 since 2016. Then Fort Collins High School, they're going to be awarded $1,000, $430, and they've received $6,554 since 2017. And now here's the real deal. We're going to have some true competition coming up. Rocky Mountain High School just got it started again with our contest. This year alone, they're being awarded $4,430. Way to go, Dr. T. And so please give the students and schools a round of applause for their continued efforts in improving their watershed. With that, I'll make my closing remarks. Parents, teachers, volunteers, and Nutrien, thank you for making this event possible. Students, teens, please do not leave. We're going to take group photos, so make sure you stay behind just because you have the check in your hands. Teachers, we will be contacting you in August to kick off our 2022-2023 contest. That sounds very odd to say. And as you plan for your fall, please be sure to include us on your calendar. And our goal is to expand this opportunity to teachers and students across northern Colorado. So please let me know if anyone that would be interested in joining in on the fun. Again, a reminder that the plants on the tables are gifts from all of us to our teachers, mentors, and our students. You also get to take a succulent home. And parents, be sure to enjoy your children. They have made a difference in the world. Thank you all for coming tonight. Be safe and drive carefully. Thank you. My runner-ups, if you're here, please come up as well. Runner-ups and honorable mentions.